Sup folks, we are back with yet another episode of Throwdown Draws. Last time we finished sketching out Rebeca and giving her a little bit of color. This episode we're going to go back and do a little bit of inking on Lucy. So let's get started. Alrighty.
This guy had a business.
Right now I'm trying to just match the same pen size as I had before. Seems about right there. Yep. Alrighty. that you got there?
That's another philosopher. There you go. I think I'm gonna take a nap
Nap?
or go to sleep.
Yeah, more like go to sleep, I would think.
Want me to put his Roxy away?
Sure. Alright, guys, I'm going to take a short break. I will be right back. Why, hello there. I have returned. Alright, so how are we doing in here? Hey, what's up? How's it going? How's it going? Logic Wins. Just doing some additions to this piece. I'll show you who. So I have Rebeca and David in there. So next up, I gotta do Rebeca. This is not for anything specific. It's not for anything specific. It's just I just wanted to finish it off because I originally drew it and then I kind of made it a print and then I was like I put extra. I always meant there to be all 3 characters in this. But yeah, everything's looking pretty good. I guess gotta do. I wanted to make sure I had each character all nice and done up. So next I'll move on to Rebeca, and then I'll do final color and stuff on them. Oh, let me do a quick dealy with Lucy's hair. go. So. I mean, portfolio, probably not. I mean, because it is fan art. But, you know, I might bring it to a show or two to sell as a print. This is what the final image sort of looks like. You know, the original version of it. Originally, I had it set up where it was just David, and then it was gonna it just has this cube in the back. So, but I always meant the cube, the prefab cube, to have something there. But there you go. So let's put back Lucy for now because she looks really good. I'm happy with how she came out. Oh, I forgot something. There you go. Sup, Barry Burton? How's it going? Yep, there's some art going on here. I just finished drawing Lucy. So there's going to be another. I'm going to possibly take a short break before I do Rebeca. but that'll be her. And then after that, I'll do some color on that and just finalize everything. But yeah, this was what it's looking like so far. The Genesis ornament? No, I didn't. I didn't end up getting it. I thought it would have been nice to pick it up at the show, but I didn't pick it up. I'm going to take a short break and get a little something to drink. Rebecca will tell you. I will be right back. Let's see. Oop. I am back. How's it going, folks? Just oh. You know, I can't actually remember where I cleaned this drawing up. There's a slight line difference I noticed between the two images, but it's not a big deal. You'll probably hear me eating. I wonder if let's put a little something in the background and see what happens. There's not gonna be music. There's just something to keep the sort of, I don't know, some background noise. So let's see if this will work. Alright, so let's listen to something. Alright, let me know if this is too loud.
Easily one of the most underutilized franchises in all of gaming. A pair of games that would spark a generation of gamers and set the RPG bar higher than anyone could have imagined. Initially conceived by a team of superstars that perhaps flew too close to the sun. This is the Chrono Series Iceberg Deep Dive. So this video will have a bit of a different format than my normal Iceberg videos. I've already created both a Chrono Trigger video as well as a Chrono Cross, but my Trigger video was cannibalized by the copyright monsters, and it was unfortunately left a mangled, awfully edited mess.
Chrono
commenters
Trigger
were
Deep
very
Dive.
vocal in
Let's see
letting
what
me know.
happens.
And my Chrono Cross video was admittedly a little lackluster as well, so I figured I could just remake both of them, combine them both into one longer, more extensive project for the series as a whole, and in honor of the new Chrono Cross remaster, it felt like the right time to make this video.
Don't forget the high search traffic volume.
Yeah, that too. So for these deep dive videos, I want to correct some of my previous videos' mistakes, integrate new information, and of course put the spotlight on the viewers for once. People brought a lot of great theories and information that deserve to be shared, so I'll include some of them here. I won't butcher your names, but I just want to give a big general thank you for your thoughts and your feedback. I'll structure this video starting with Chrono Trigger and slowly transition into Cross and its entries. Let's begin. In your hands. Perhaps one of the greatest aspects of Chrono Trigger is its flexibility in the route you choose to take during your playthrough. The game doesn't have a linear path that you are forced to take. At a certain point in the game, you're given multiple different options for how to continue the game. You can jump directly to the final boss, which can be truly difficult to downright impossible, or pursue any of the optional side quests to finish characters' story arcs and make your party stronger. While this may not have been the first game to implement this feature, it's certainly the first one I played, and it no doubt added to the game's value and perceived experience. The Dirty Dozen. Depending on how you play the game, and the decisions you make through your playthrough, you're granted 12 or more different possible endings. New endings were also added to re-releases of Trigger. There is a dubbed bad ending when you lose to Lavos, and you watch him rain destruction on society, as well as a true ending, which is widely considered canon to the story. This ending consists of the Epoch surviving at the end of the game. You defeat Lavos through the Omen at 12,000 BC and Vegas lives. This is established in Chrono Cross. The final anime cutscene showing Marl and Chrono marrying and Frog becoming human are all considered canon. Although some argue that every story ending could be considered canon in their own respective timeline and dimension, some endings are more challenging to complete, but some of them only contain minor differences like a simple background change. And one ending is completely unique with a room of NPCs representing each of the core developers, giving personalized dialogue from each of them. Another unique ending is the Memory Lane ending, where Luca and Marl break the fourth wall noticing the end credits appear on the screen. Then they go so far as to request the art director to proceed forward in the scene, where they go through memories of their travels, but it slowly shifts into a smash or pass rating session for the two girls. Nevertheless, it's interesting to see all the different ways your characters can go through the story. Death and resurrection. Perhaps one of the most intriguing elements of the game is when the main protagonist literally dies through your playthrough. Of course, you can resurrect him by substituting a clone of Chrono, but losing primary characters is a powerful storytelling device that has a major impact on the experiencer. And Trigger pulled this off exceedingly well, and in a game about something as complex as time travel, several theories have been crafted regarding his death. And another commenter said that Chrono we save isn't technically the same person as the Chrono we've been traveling with, suggesting that the previous Chrono died outright or was whisked away from annihilation by parallel timeline party members. Chrono Trigger's writer, Masato Kato, originally wanted Chrono to stay dead in the story. The rest of the party was forced to find and recruit a younger version of Chrono to finish the game's storyline. But Daddy Square stepped in and said that it was too depressing and requested it to be changed. But we can see an ending similar to their original vision if you defeat Lavos before you save Chrono. Recruitable villain. The tritagonist of the game, Magus, has their fate determined by the player. You can face him twice throughout your playthrough, though the second battle is entirely optional. You can either engage him in battle for a second time, or you can choose not to fight, recruiting him to your party instead. Each time you engage with Magus in battle, he's stronger than the recruitable version of the character. And if you engage him in the second battle with Frog in your party, Frog and Magus actually have a 1v1 duel of honor. There's also a New Game Plus ending where a legit Frog and Magus duel occurs, ending with a caped figure standing on top of Magus's castle, though we don't know if this was intended to be Frog or Magus standing atop the castle. Despite being an optional character, Magus is integral to the story, and just giving
He's
players
living
the
in an
option to
alternate
recruit the character
1985,
was a
kinda
great
like
touch
Marty.
and helped to leave an impression on us all. Dream Team. One of the biggest reasons we don't see games of this caliber anymore is that the 5 core developers of the game were all masters in their crafts and would go on to become superstars throughout the industry.
Even though
Between
Akira
the 5 of
Toriyama
them,
was a
they'd created
superstar.
and played major parts in world-famous franchises like Dragon Quest, Dragon Ball Z, and Final Fantasy, with each of them being a candidate for the greatest in their own respective realms. Their culminated talent and experience in artistic and music development was almost unparalleled at the time. The crew was lovingly deemed the Dream Team, with Chrono Trigger appropriately being nicknamed the Dream Project. It was one of the greatest melding of minds in gaming history. We may never see such a collection of nerd chads unite like this again. And as previously mentioned, each of these 5 members created an NPC that can be interacted with in the Dream Team ending of the game, each with their own unique dialogue. A Woolsey Project. Ted Woolsey served as the game's core translator to the English language. Miraculously, he was given only 30 days to translate the colossal project of Chrono Trigger.
Jeez.
Normally, a game the size of this would require at least 2.5 months to fully translate. Many argue that the short time span was the reason we see such blatant references being used, such as all the biblical references, as well as other obvious references like Ozzy, Slash, and Flea from their musical inspiration counterparts. But it's interesting to note that these 3 characters' names were originally based on condiments, vinegar, soy sauce, and mayonnaise. It was Woolsey who was responsible for completely setting the tone of the game for the English-speaking audience. It was his interpretations that set the foundation for how the West received it. For instance, it was Woolsey's choice to have Frog speak in an old English tone, and Woolsey went on to have quite an accomplished career translating a number of influential games. Because of this, I consider Ted Woolsey to be another core member of the Dream Team that brought this game to fruition. Some of his content would eventually be cut or scrapped due to time constraints, such as the original name of the Masamune being Grand Leon, and all instances of alcohol references were changed into soda or soup. He went on record saying that Chrono Trigger was one of the most satisfying games he'd ever worked on or played. The final piece of the puzzle. We've spoken about the Dream Team as well as Ted Woolsey, but I like to think that another key component to the Dream Team behind this game is Yasunori Mitsuda, who was working as a sound engineer before Chrono Trigger's development, but wanting to work as a composer, he gave an ultimatum to Hironobu Sakaguchi: "Let me compose or I quit." In response to his cojones, he assigned him to the Trigger Team, where he arranged 54 of the 64 original tracks. Mitsuda worked tirelessly on the project, often sleeping in offices and deriving melodies directly from his dreams. He worked so hard on the game's music that he reportedly had to visit the hospital to treat stomach ulcers caused during the development process. His efforts were worth the strain, however, as he was able to produce some of the most powerful and impactful video game music ever. It's really no wonder that dozens of creators have sampled songs from the game.
Soy un gato gordo, dame dinero, soy un galleta.
Copyright strike. What?
One song in particular had an uncanny familiarity to it. When Rick Rolling first became popular, some people noticed that Robo's theme was remarkably similar to it.
Oh, copyright strike.
And you, my friend, just got Robo Rick rolled.
Maker, you are not funny.
Despite the clear similarities, Yasunori Mitsuda has gone on record to say that he'd not previously heard Rick Astley's famous tune, and any similarities were simply coincidental. Singing Mountain. This was a location that was originally scheduled to appear in the prehistoric era, but it was cut before the game's launch. It's theorized to look similar to Mystic Mountains and become accessible after the battle with Magus at Fiend Lord's Keep. This area would eventually be overwritten by the Black Omen. Its location is speculated to reside in the mountainous region east of Tyrannel Lair. Some players were able to glitch the original game cartridge into playing the pairing song that accompanied the area, also named Singing Mountain. This song is typically inaccessible by normal means. Players have found that a dungeon once existed here that would serve as the home for the song. The development team felt the dungeon did not serve enough purpose in moving the story forward, so it was eventually cut. Singing Mountain as a song was unfortunately cut along with it. Maru Island. The game originally took this on as the name of the project. It was initially designed to come out as part of the Mana franchise for an upcoming Nintendo CD console, but the console would soon be cancelled. After this, the Dream Team reimagined it for the cartridges, renaming it to Chrono Trigger in the process.
Chrono Trigger.
Trigger retells the Bible. Easily one of the most controversial and debated topics within the community is the parallels between the stories in Chrono Trigger and the Bible. A fatherless hero dies and resurrects. Three wise men who possess the names Balthazar, Melchior, and Gaspar, each bringing the hero gifts. Chrono's magic was originally called light, like holy, and many other similarities. While many people disagree with the concept, disregarding it completely, others adamantly argue for it, suggesting even more meaningful connections than we realize. No matter what your stance is on the matter, it's a hot topic and worthy of a mention here. Unofficial sequels. Throughout the years, fans have created many unofficial games that continue
So
on
little
the
did
story
you know
in
you were
various
listening to the
means.
Bible.
Some are smaller projects like CT+, a game mod that opens the game up even further in its story options and adds new Easter eggs and other small modifications. Then you have more elaborate and controversial projects like Crimson Echoes and Flames of Eternity. Crimson Echoes was the name of a fan-made sequel of Trigger, based 5 years after the events of the official game. This became such a big project that Square Enix stepped in and issued a cease and desist letter to halt its production, to which the developers humbly obliged, completely abandoning their unfinished project. However, shortly after these efforts were halted, a new team of fans took the groundworks that was developed for Crimson Echoes to create a different game in their own vision. They finished the project and titled it Flames of Eternity. The game was met with mixed reception, especially for many superfans avidly agreeing or disagreeing with the project to begin with. The Xenogears Connection.
I always
One of the
find that
writers of Trigger went on to
find
write
that,
for another
weird
great
when people try to do
JRPG,
that.
Xenogears. As a homage to the game that meant so much to him, Luca appears as a helpful NPC that explains to the player how the save points work. But the connection between Chrono and Xeno could lie far deeper than this, as this commenter brings up, quote, human beings incomplete and serving only as a fragmented existence for a bigger purpose outside of their will. The save systems in both games add surveillance data storage by a higher entity to manipulate those below, Deus and Lavos being very similar. This connection probably warrants a video in itself, but it's worth at least highlighting here. Who is the entity? Throughout the game, we're introduced to what's known only as the entity. There are several hints to who or what its true identity is, but no matter who it is, it seems to be guiding you throughout the game. Throughout the game's dialogue, we're never given a firm answer to this. Because of this, most players were forced to theorize who the entity really is. Some people theorized it was Sasha, a lot of people thought it was a representation for the player, others thought it was Time or perhaps even Chrono's cat. One interesting theory suggests it was simply the developers of the game speaking to the player as a fourth wall meta-narrator that also translated the game's languages. It suggested that not every character was speaking the same language. Ayla may have been speaking in a series of grunts, Frog may have been speaking in an old Shakespearean English that's difficult to comprehend, or Magus may speak in a similar manner except with more of a Xelian accent and the occasional Xelian term thrown in. And Robo may very well be speaking in a series of beeps and whistles similar to R2-D2. Perhaps the entity serves as the universal director, translator, and gel that brings together such a diverse cast and timelines. But as many of you have indicated, the official answer for who the entity is, confirmed through the game's manual, is the planet that the game takes place on. Nevertheless, it's fun to speculate. King of Zeal. Referenced throughout the game, you can learn about the King of Zeal who died before the fall of Zeal in antiquity. He does not have an in-game sprite, and is only briefly mentioned throughout the game. He's theorized to have the traditional blue hair and elvish
Chrono
ears
gear
of the
at
other
a
enlightened
Hot
ones,
Topic.
and with Janus and Shala's magical abilities, it's possible the king also possessed great magical strength. Dalton conquered Guardia. After defeating once King Dalton on the DS game, he states, "I'll raise the greatest army the world has ever seen in Por, and use it to wipe your pitiful little kingdom off the map." And in the PlayStation game's FMV, we can even see the fall of Guardia. Many claim that Dalton held true to his word and brought about the fall of Guardia.
Did he bring the fall of Guardia?
Ayla's hidden element. Ayla doesn't use magic throughout the game, however she does possess a small amount of resistance against fire magic. As other characters possess a weakness of an opposite element, it's theorized that if she would have been given a magical element, it would have been fire. They may have potentially removed her magical element so as not to overlap with Luca's fire magic. Some even going so far to say that her name can loosely be translated into I Fire. But as one commenter on the previous video brings up, it could very well be a reference to Ayla, the main character of the book Clan of the Cave Bear. The Dream Beings. There is an often unnoticed character throughout the game that has been theorized to potentially hold more significance than originally understood. Doreen is the sister of Masa and Mune, residing in Nhasa at 12,000 BC. You can learn that she has an affinity for dreams and philosophy, and will occasionally taunt Chrono's party about the complexity and absurdity of reality, but neither her character nor her dialogue help advance the plot at all. Also, according to this commenter, Masa and Mune's Japanese appearance were said to be that of dream beings made tangible with the power of Lavos, and this would presumably include their sister Doreen as well. The commenter goes on to suggest that the dream beings are bound to our reality by using the Dreamstone, as it's hyperconductive to magic. This would also explain its effectiveness against the Mammon Machine and Magus, as the stone absorbs their magical powers. English originated from the Reptites. We learn through the game that Ayla and the early human tribes speak in their own native language, indicated when Ayla explains her name's meaning. However, she's able to understand and speak English well enough to communicate with Chrono and the team. This theory suggests that she learned English through the only other English-speaking characters present within their timeline, the Reptites. Perhaps the human tribes adopted the Reptites' language or modified it slightly to create the English language used thereafter.
The Reptites speak English.
Vegeta is Glenn. We learn that Frog's true name is Glenn, and as discussed earlier, Akira Toriyama served as the character designer, so it's not surprising that we see a number of similar characteristics between Dragon Ball Z and Chrono Trigger. Looking at the Grand Flow of Time FMV, we can see that Glenn and Vegeta in particular hold a striking similarity.
My name, Frog will do. It stands for frickin' really overpowered guy, because that's what I am. I am so Frog.
Although some commenters think that Magus served as a better Vegeta, and Glenn is more likely to be an older Gohan. And one commenter went on to advocate that Glenn is actually Trunks, and the time machine he uses in DBZ was supposed to be the Epoch. Interesting theory. Chrono Break. In 2001, Square registered this trademark for a game. A week later, a similar trademark was registered by the company in the
I don't know why this
European
is part of
Union.
a, what do
This
they
was
call
the
it,
beginning of
a
a
iceberg.
canceled third
It's just
mainline
like
entry within the
speculation
Chrono
and stuff.
series. It's been said that the overall idea of the title was carried over to Final Fantasy Dimensions 2. While the demand for Chrono games existed, the trademark eventually fell off, and there has not been much indication of it being picked back up. One commenter even brought forth an idea that it was cancelled due to Square's redistribution of development power to Final Fantasy XI, and with FF11 being their first big online endeavor with recurring revenue possibilities, it definitely makes sense to put extra effort into it.
I almost feel like they don't need to do a
The
sequel to
Corrupted
Chrono
Sword.
Trigger.
There exists a sword that can be stolen that is not actually a usable item. Upon its appearance, you will receive an item that appears to be the Wolf Lobe sword in special characters. After completing the battle, you can check your inventory and find you never received the item, as there exists no data for the item within the game. The 8th playable character. Just like many games that came out before the modern internet, there were rampant playground rumors of an unlockable hidden
Playground
character
rumors.
that can be accessed through various means. But like most other rumors in that era, they never turned out to be true. However, in an early Chrono Trigger player's guide, we can see several unused character designs. One of them features Gaspar, the old man waiting at the end of time. He was said to have once been a playable character, donning a Xelian outfit as well as a battle staff. To add further evidence to this, looking at character design art before Akira Toriyama stepped in showed a much different looking set of characters. All of them seemed to line up decently well with their original drafts, except the initial design for the cast of playable characters also included an unnamed wise man. This is almost certainly Gaspar. Some commenters are also convinced that Sasha was also a planned playable character. Demo leak. In 1994, a ROM file of the Chrono Trigger demo was leaked. Players were able to develop hacks that allowed you to access the rest of the unfinished game. Some notable differences of the demo include the Epoch having a hovercraft form, an arena in the future era known as the Robot Village, an incomplete map with a futuristic version of Lena Square, and the Lavos Battle Arena looking much more metallic, among many other cut and scrapped pieces of content. Chrono and Marl's descendant. You give the seed to an old man at the Eris Dome. In one of the endings, it's revealed that Doan is actually the descendant of the Kings of Guardia, meaning that Marl is a distant relative, and this would make Doan the descendant of Chrono and Marl.
What?
Another Eden, Cyrus, is Frog. Another Eden is the claimed spiritual successor to the Chrono series for the iOS and Android. It features some of the same artists as Chrono Trigger, and one of the characters in the game is called Cyrus, and he bears a remarkable resemblance to Frog from Chrono Trigger. They both seem to use swords, and their elements are both water. Also, Cyrus is the name of the knight and friend of Frog, who was killed by Magus in Chrono Trigger. Some think that these characters are linked somehow, but others think it's just a simple homage to the characters.
I think it's an homage.
Shala's original role. It's theorized that Shala was originally meant to have a much larger role within Chrono Trigger. In a cutscene, you can see her free the characters after they are captured in the Kingdom of Zeal. They're then sent back in time with the portals sealed behind them. And in the leaked demo, players were able to find a dungeon hidden behind a bookshelf in Shala's room. There were no enemies nor any items to find, but it's theorized you could be caught by the Prophet from there, which leads to the events that take place in the game. Ayla is bisexual. In the
What?
Japanese version of the game, Ayla states in her first appearance that she likes strong men and women equally. Luca would reply that she's not into that sort of thing, suggesting a potential sexual undertone instead of just a general blanket statement. In the English version, they took out that response and they changed the dialogue to state that she respects strong people, and Luca replies that she thinks she's crazy, removing the undertone, though the DS version was adjusted to be more accurate. Chrono is from the future. This is an interesting theory that suggests Chrono and his family once lived in antiquity. His father was a brilliant scientist that specialized in time travel. However, seismic activity hinted at an approaching apocalypse. In response, his father sends his wife and son to 1000 AD to avoid the cataclysm. However, something went wrong and they both ended up with amnesia. Some evidence for this might be Chrono's hair, which is more in line with 12,000 BC citizens, and his particularly uncommon lightning magic. Lavos never died. The last thing you see after defeating Lavos are the silhouettes of your party, as well as the silhouette of one small piece of Lavos. This theory states that Lavos refused to die at this point in the game, as we're led to believe. What was left of Lavos sought out Shala and assumed the role of Dream Devourer in the DS version of the game, and eventually would become the Time Devourer in Chrono Cross. Lavos isn't evil. Depending on how you view Lavos, he may not even be considered evil in the traditional sense. Lavos was simply a
Lavos
parasite.
isn't evil.
Its life cycle involved manipulating the evolution of a planet and eventually recreating with Lavos spawn to launch into space. Much like human beings would harvest a field of wheat, there was no malicious intent. It's simply a biological need to live. Lavos is a very clear threat to humanity, but he wasn't evil in the same way Zeal was, for instance, sacrificing everything for their own power and gain. Shala created save points. At the end of the Antiquity arc, Shala is jettisoned outside of time. This theory states that it was there that she used her magic to create the save points that are used throughout the game. These were used as a way of both returning to a moment the party had touched the point, as well as a way of influencing them to do certain things. Shala Trigger. This theory postulates that the trigger was never meant to be used on Chrono. Gaspar said that the person has to be important to the flow of time. Yet this version of Lavos can be defeated without Chrono in the party. So by this logic, the party should have actually rescued Shala instead. Cut Pyramid Dungeon. The blue pyramid will appear in the present day. It can only be accessed using Shala's pendant to acquire one of 2 chests. However, the leaked demo revealed an entrance to a fully fleshed out dungeon. It lacked any enemies or chests, but it was almost certainly going to be a dungeon at one point. Never-ending time loop. The reason that the characters are going after Lavos was from witnessing the record of him emerging from the surface in 1999 to destroy the world, which would have never happened if he was dead. This causes the continuum to wrap back around on itself, and this is the reason for New Game Plus. This theory states that the characters are stuck in a never-ending time loop, unable to escape or conclude their story. The Mystic-Human War was staged. This theory states that Lavos would predict Magus would eventually attempt to rise up and overthrow him. To distract Magus from this, Lavos altered human DNA so that humans would be able to use magic, but would be hideous in the process. This would cause men to reject them and build up resentment, causing Magus to spend his life leading the Mystics in their war instead of fighting Lavos. Chrono is a time devourer. This theory suggests that Lavos, in all his nearly godlike abilities, was able to sense greater potential within Chronos' mother, Gina, and then implanted a seed within her to spawn and spread kin across the universe. It's no secret that Chrono is incredibly powerful. A side effect of Lavoids and humans merging is a distinct redness, exactly the same color as Chrono's hair. Is it possible that Lavos is Chrono's father? Viewer submissions. This person apparently traveled through the first portal on a brand new copy of the game, and upon reaching their destination, they came up against the final boss in the game. I can only imagine coming up against Lavos before even learning the characters in the game. Another commenter noted about an ending cutscene where the Epoch travels through different areas, but apparently this viewer somehow saw a unique setting where you defeated the dragon tank and it fell through the bridge, but the cutscene that they saw showed an unknown sprite and 2 Guardia soldiers repairing the bridge. This commenter brings forth an interesting theory that Lavos is the product of a biological weapon from a lost civilization, perhaps that in Xenogears. And while we're on the subject of Xenogames, this commenter connects the entity to that of Xenoblade X, where an alien race communicates with others via an unknown power, possibly coming from the planet. Another viewer comments on a very distinct similarity between Lavos and H.P. Lovecraft's Cthulhu, and upon reading the description of the Dream Devourer in particular, the similarities become all too evident. The Dream Devourer, capable of feeding on thoughts, memories, and dreams across time, very well could draw some serious inspiration from Lovecraft's work. The original box art shows what appears to be a tech of some kind, but appears to show Marl using fire magic instead of ice magic. This commenter brings forth an elusive secret stone item that swapped Luca and Marl's elements. Upon further research, I found several discussion threads about this very topic. While I never found anything about a secret stone, instead I heard rumblings of a large purple coat that she's wearing being the source of her fire magic, and perhaps the item on the ground behind her having more to do with it as well. Another thread used a beta image from the game as reference, pointing out that this had been the exact scenario that was illustrated on the cover art, minus the purple coat. But when viewing the triple tech Arc Impulse in-game, you can see that despite using ice magic, Chrono's blade briefly flashes a fiery red. So perhaps the mistake on the box art was just a misunderstanding or miscommunication, or perhaps there really does exist an undiscovered ultra-rare Zillion purple coat that turns Marl's magic to fire. Reptite Timeline. This is a timeline within the Reptite dimension in which Lavos crashed into the planet. This allowed the Reptites to flourish and would eventually go on to conquer the human tribes, including Ayla, completely wiping them out of existence. This race of Reptites would go on to evolve into the Dragonians, building Dinopolis and the Dragon God from Chrono Cross. Radical Dreamers. This is the 1996 text-based adventure game developed and published by Square Enix. It was published on the failing console Satellaview. It forms part of the Chrono series, acting as a side story to the Trigger game. The game centers around an infiltration carried out by the titular thief gang led by Kid, aided by Surge and Gil. They seek out an artifact called the Frozen Flame and revenge on its keeper. You play as Lord Lynx as you navigate through the mansions and environment, and you impact the story's progression through text. Written and directed by Masato Kato, they'd later use many of the plot elements from Radical Dreamers in their next game. But during the development of Dreamers, Kato was said to have experienced a breakdown from harboring frustration while working on Chrono Trigger. And it was because of this that influenced both Radical Dreamers and Chrono Cross to have a darker tone than their predecessor. In the end, the developers were unhappy with the project of Radical Dreamers, and it was completely reimagined into the following entry. Chrono Cross, the true sequel of Chrono Trigger. After the canonical events of Trigger end, we're introduced to the characters that would deliver us the conclusion and finale of the Epic of Chrono. We officially learn who the entity is, who orchestrated the survival of Surge, the primary protagonist of Cross, who was necessary to save Shala. The game's still very controversial. The producer of Cross has stated that it is not a sequel to Trigger, though many argue that this was more of a PR move than anything else. It's a much more complex and convoluted game than its predecessor. It has a completely new combat system, all new characters, and it doesn't even reference the events that happen in Trigger until later in the game. Because of all these things and more, players will adamantly argue that Cross is not a true sequel to the game, as it doesn't take place in the same world, rather in a different reality or dimension. But many people seem to agree that while the game may not have necessarily lived up to the success of its predecessor, Chrono Cross was most certainly a sequel to the game. We need only check the back cover art to read, 20 years after the events of Chrono Trigger, a new set of adventurers are preparing for battle that will surpass time and space. The long-awaited sequel to one of history's favorite adventures. And although the sequel may not have referenced its predecessor as much as people would have liked, its plot and timeline relies directly on the first game, especially in the final segments of the game.
Never
But
was a
at
fan
their
of Chrono
core,
Cross.
The two games offer two very different themes. Chrono Trigger offers themes of free will, while Cross consists of themes of determinism. One of the key takeaways is that fate will always be the result of higher entities using lesser as pawns for their goals. Character returns. While Trigger's cast may not return in the form of playable characters, some characters are implied to return in some form or another, though some characters only appear in the form of a small reference or Easter egg. Robo, whose real name is Prometheus, is already a time-traveling robot. He helps another character named Fiona by staying with her from 1000 AD to present day in Trigger to restore a lush green forest. There's a reference to this in Luca's house in Cross, with a portrait that reads, "Robo made the desert green." As far as the story goes, Robo makes an appearance as the repurposed Prometheus circuit, though some people argue that the Promethean circuit simply cannot be the same Robo that we met in Trigger, as the conditions were not met for his existence, and instead it's the evolution of the Robo-like prototypes that Luca was making in one ending of the Trigger game. But Robo is eventually terminated by the supercomputer fate. Masa and Mune both return in Cross as well. The older brother, Masa the Brave, and the younger brother, Mune the Wise. Both return as avatars of the Masamune. Their big sister Doreen also reappears, chastising the brothers in the process. The three siblings all fuse into the blade, combining with Surge's original weapon, the Sea Swallow, to create the most powerful weapon in the game, the Master Mune. In the Japanese version, it's known as the Goran Doreen, which is a play on words meaning grand dream. We also have more important appearances like Shala, who is pivotal to Project Kid, where a daughter clone of Shala is created before the Devourer of Time integrated with her. This clone takes the role of Kid, who was raised by Luca. We actually see her discovering the child in an FMV. Many people bring up questions about why her hair is blonde instead of blue like other Xelians. One commenter brings up a response to this with a theory suggesting that the higher people from Zeal actually painted their hair blue as a way to distinguish themselves from the Earthbound people, as a symbol of notoriety and power. Magus was actually supposed to make an appearance in Cross, but he was scrapped because Square deemed his complex backstory to be too difficult to fit within the story. He was eventually replaced by Guile. An added ending in the DS version of Trigger implies that he became an amnesiac. Many argue that in the journey to regain his memories, he would slowly shift into Guile, though this is never explicitly confirmed. It's heavily implied in an FMV cutscene that Marl and Chrono died during the invasion of Guardia, after Chrono became the heir to the throne with his queen Marl. As heavy-handed as this is, Chrono and his team served their purpose to allow the events of Chrono Cross to take place. Luca takes perhaps the largest role in all of the returning characters, despite not being shown in the game. After Luca found Kid and established an orphanage, Lynx and Harley raided them in an attempt
All right,
to
Barry,
release the
I will
Prometheus
see you
circuit
later.
and allow Fate to access the frozen flame. During this raid, Kid managed to escape. It's presumed that Luca was killed by Lynx after she failed to disengage the lock, although this is not confirmed and she may have escaped. One theory suggests that she was transported into the Xenogears dimension through one of her own devices or another circumstance. Regardless of her fate, she managed to leave behind a letter, an incomplete time egg, as well as the astral amulet. While Frog doesn't officially return, his name and image was modeled into the character Glenn in Cross. Like his namesake, he emerges from obscurity, claims a legendary sword, and can even initiate Frog's X-Strike dual tech with Surge. Another nod to Frog is with Turnip, who speaks just like Frog from Trigger. Ayla does not return in Cross herself, but Leah serves as her substitute. We also find out by defeating the game with her in our party that Leah is in fact Ayla's mother. Of the three Gurus of Zeal, we only see the firm reappearance of Balthazar, the Guru of Reason. He was the one that constructed Chronopolis. It was here that he learned of Shala's fate and began orchestrating Project Kid, an elaborate plan to free her by splitting the universe in two and essentially playing as God, orchestrating and manipulating the events that take place. It's said that Gaspar, the Guru of Time, remained at the end of time to watch over each of the eras and act as a guide to lost time travelers, while Melchior, the Guru of Life, stayed around after the end of Trigger, witnessing Chrono and Marl's wedding. When the Masamune is corrupted 15 years later, he is not around to fix it, so most people assume that he eventually vanished or died. Another minor set of reappearances can come about after completing the US and Canadian versions of the game. Upon this feat, players can encounter a battle with the infamous Slash, Flea, and Ozzy. An often missed return is that of Johnny the Racer. You can see Johnny's mangled corpse strewn about on an interstate in the Dead Sea. Gato, Luca's singing robot, can also briefly be seen dying during a flashback. The trio returns. Chrono, Luca, and Marl make a special reappearance in Chrono Cross through special circumstances. At the end of the game, after you've acquired the Astral Egg, you can use the Astral Amulet to trigger a unique scene with childlike versions of Trigger's trio. Each of them have their own unique dialogue that explains the plot of the game even further, confirming many points and giving the player insight as to how, why, and when events are taking place between the duration of the two games. Colonel also appears once more in an illusory space at Terra Tower when Balthazar informs Surge about the dragons. And the trio's final appearance takes place immediately before the final battle of the game, where they inform Surge that Wazuki has turned into Lynx by fate and implore him to destroy Lavos. Cut characters. Although Chrono Cross has an impressive cast of 45 characters, their original aim was to have upwards of 64 different characters.
Jeez.
They wanted to have each character have their own unique ending, with up to 3 separate unique endings for each of them. It's wild to think that they had even more in mind, when many people think that there were already too many characters, and instead wish to have a more focused approach on a smaller cast like Trigger. Split second Janus and Shala. If you cast Black Hole on one of the Chronopolis Islands, an image briefly flashes in the sky, appearing to depict a young boy or perhaps a girl and a wooden art figure. There's no real reason for this image to be here, leading some to speculate it's an Easter egg depicting Janice and Shala. The purpose of the art figure is currently unknown. Chrono in Cross theory. Due to the lack of Chrono in Cross, many fans have speculated what exactly happened to him, with the fact that his only appearances in-game do not confirm his fate. A popular theory is that Miguel is Chrono. Miguel's red hair, the name of his daughter Lena, as reference to Lena, his absent wife, his position in relation to the Chrono spirit as it is always near him, his status as the most difficult boss in the game, his knowledge of the future, his approximate age, and several ambiguous lines of dialogue are all cited as evidence. It is believed that he may have changed his name and moved to Surge's home after the fall of Guardia, possibly so that Lena could be raised in peace. He is also one of the only 3 white innates, which would match Chrono's light power set. The rebuttal for this theory includes evidence such as Chrono being left-handed, while Miguel is right-handed. Also, since he's from a city in the future, it is simply possible that he was spending his time studying the past. Chrono was also strong enough to beat Lavos and would not lose to Surge at this point in time. Alpha Lynx. Despite supposedly being Lynx's right-hand jester, he never once mentions Harley. He has no dialogue or scenes with her, and he never once even looks at her. The only time you see them together is in the orphanage flashback, where Lynx doesn't even acknowledge her existence. Shala is the true villain. This is a quite controversial theory. The DS port established that she so hated humanity that she made it nearly impossible for them to rescue her, and thus save themselves and really life itself. Chrono Cross is entirely her fault. Her only method given created war and torment for millions, and had Balthazar not been a better mastermind than her, any one of the steps taken could have completely wiped out life on Earth. Of all the people in history she could have saved, people in the throes of suffering, she plucked out a kid she fancied. After the credits, she's stalking him again after resetting his memories. Nobody has been saved. All you did was give her the freedom to start all over again. Chrono Cross Sabotage. Many people believe the game's original plot would have placed Chrono Cross as a more apparent sequel to Chrono Trigger. However, an executive who was a Final Fantasy fanatic feared that the game would fare better than the upcoming Final Fantasy IX and managed to get his hands on the script. From there, it's said he modified the narrative pacing and some other plot elements, so Chrono Cross's status as a sequel to the greatest RPG of all time would have been contested, and FF9 would have been better by reputation solely because of the competition. With the remaster of Chrono Cross, we're gifted another glimpse into the game that stands atop many players' greatest games of all time. So enjoy your playthrough, friends. Let me know if you like this style of deep dive video and which subjects we should dive into next. If you'd like to support the channel, consider joining the channel membership, but a like and subscribe is more than enough. Thank you so much for watching. Maker out.
That was an interesting video. Let's listen to another one. Let's listen to Final Fantasy VIII, the least favorite of games.
Perhaps one of the most controversial titles in the mainline series, serving as the pseudo-black sheep of the franchise. While it may not have possessed the depth or infamy of some of its predecessors, FF8 boldly stepped outside of the realm of the conventional Final Fantasy. It was unapologetic in its rawness and edginess, leaving most of the fanbase either loving it or hating it. No matter how you felt about it, there was always something special about it. This is the Final Fantasy VIII Iceberg Deep Dive. This video serves as the continuation of the previous FF8 Iceberg video, correcting mistakes, adding new entries, and of course sharing some of the great feedback that many commenters shared. So, without further ado, let's dive in. Pronunciation corrections. Many people remarked on the pronunciations of certain character names in the first video. I will be the first to admit that I may have mispronounced some names. While this game came out before the era of voice acting, and it's still a hotly debated topic, one name in particular rustled more jimmies than anything else on this channel.
The theory states that Ultimeca is actually Rinoa from the future.
My child mind could not wrap around the complex pronunciation of Ultimecia, so apologies for that. Squall's appearance in Kingdom Hearts. Some viewers commented on Squall's appearance during Kingdom Hearts 2, which was not mentioned in the original video.
Think you can handle this many?
Well, might be tough if one more shows up.
Then that'll have to be the one I take care of.
What? You're fighting too?
Squall has a supporting role during the story of the game, appearing briefly during various cutscenes. He is most memorably involved in the Battle of 1000 Heartless, where he and Cloud iconically fight back to back. Leviathan exploit. Bahamut Dragon brought to our attention a glitch involving Leviathan. They state, when Leviathan hits a target, it is pushed backwards on the screen. This is a display indicator for a hidden state called washing away. If Leviathan can be summoned again before the target takes its turn, the target is instantly defeated. This works on many enemies in the game, allowing for many important battles to be completely trivialized and beat rapidly. The true symbolism behind the scars. This user wrote a comment detailing a beautiful interpretation of the meaning behind Squall and Cypher's scar and what it means for the story of FF8. It reads, "It's interesting to note that the way Squall and Cypher got their scars while being in the same fight, and the same type of weapon having different meanings. Cypher strikes downwards, from a position of power, after having used magic to, I imagine, cheat, considering that Squall had 2 summons but didn't even have them with him, as evidenced by them being in his terminal at the beginning of the game, after having been rushed straight to the infirmary, and so couldn't use magic. This would be seen as unsportsmanlike for a practice duel. Cypher's cut was cruel and unnecessary, born out of a need to dominate. Squall's cut, on the other hand, comes from below. Cutting upwards is against the force of gravity, especially from the ground, so you have to put more strength into it than a downward chop, possibly already there showing that Squall is more powerful of a swordsman, and at the same time has a good protagonist attitude of always getting back up to continue the fight. Also, you could say that Cypher is going down like he does in the game, falling from grace, becoming the brainwashed lackey of a big bad, while Squall rises to glory as the leader of Seed. Considering everything that happens during the story and how the characters end up, this is one of the best examples of subtle symbolism in the game's story. Debunking Squall is dead theory. In the last video, one of the entries covered was about the more popular Squall is dead theory. Evidence was provided for it, but not much was provided against it. However, this user left a decent counterargument, stating that many people believe Squall is dead because of the unrealistic things that happen after he gets struck with the ice spear. They propose that things just as unreal happen before he gets struck, and that it wouldn't make sense to use this point for the theory. They also mentioned the developers outright state the theory as not true. What is your theory on this? Rinoa isn't Ultimecia. Several commenters point out the reasoning for the similarities between Ultimecia and Rinoa aren't because they are the same person, but due to the way that Square would make its character models very similar for FMV sequences. Developers have also debunked this. However, despite the fact that it has been debunked, this theory still gains traction to this day. Many of you have commented that the evidence is just irrefutable. Let us know down below what you think the real answer is. Angelo Search Exploit. One popular glitch that has been brought to our attention involves Renoa's dog, Angelo. It's explained that by purposely not getting Odin and Gilgamesh, and not teaching Angelo anything other than search, it's possible to enter a scenario where the player casts Confuse on a pterodopod in the Esthar region, and it will allow Angelo to find an item every 13 seconds. Leaving this on for long periods of time will allow the player to find almost every item in the game with little to no trouble. Laguna's role. This user left a very detailed examination of the events surrounding Laguna, and by connecting all of these dots, it's evidence that Laguna not only created most of the problems in the game, but also solved them. It starts when the party is on their way to the Galbadia-occupied Timber to aid the Owls. The anti-Galbadian resistance movement to which Renoa joins at the start of the game, the main characters experience their first dream about the past. Laguna is one of the Galbadian warriors fighting at the siege of Timber in the dream. Laguna abandons his station in order to visit Julia Hartley, the pianist turned singer who wrote Eyes on Me. Laguna and Julia fell in love, but Laguna is ordered back to his post. Julia assumed Laguna was killed in the war after he narrowly avoided an ambush by Esthar soldiers and went MIA, and she went on to marry General Caraway, aka Renoa's father. After an unspecified amount of time, Laguna flees town after Rain's daughter alone is taken by Esthar soldiers, unaware that Rain is pregnant, and seeks to enter Esthar's state by whatever means necessary. Laguna began working for Timber Maniacs, the revolutionary anti-Galbadia periodical that inspired the Timble Owls and later Renoa, with whom his son Squall eventually assists. Laguna was essentially at the root of all of Timber's troubles, as well as the solution to them. Something like this can really make you appreciate how well written FF8 is. Most people don't really make that connection, and seeing it all these years later is great. Which is part of the reason why FF8 is one of my favorite RPGs of all time, and if you haven't seen my video on my top 10 RPGs of all time, be sure to check it out here. An FF8 murder. This user briefly mentions this case to us. Jose Rabadan, a youngster from Murcia, Spain, killed both of his parents and his sister with a katana in April of 2000. FF8 was accused by the media of inciting Jose to do it, with one magazine claiming that he was merely copying his hero, Squall, who thinks he must kill someone close to him at one point in the story, referring to Renoa. Jose Rabadan, on the other hand, had not completed the game or even reached the point where the event had occurred, demonstrating that the writer jumped to conclusions. Jose was apprehended and sentenced to 8 years in prison. Since then, he has been known as El Asesino de la Katana, or the Katana Killer. 17 years after the crime, a documentary produced by the D-Max channel was broadcast, in which Rabadan declared that he had been rehabilitated. In this documentary, it's revealed that he had become a member of the Evangelical Church, has married, and has had a daughter. Origins of Seed. This user pointed out that in our original video, we didn't do a very good job explaining the origin of Seed.
Edea believed that one day Squall would defeat an evil sorceress. Seed was formed by Cid and Edea to help prepare and train Squall to help accomplish this objective.
They go on to elaborate further on what the true meaning is. Edea didn't just believe that Squall was going to defeat a sorceress one day, she knew he would, and that's because his future self told her about it in the past. The entire game is a time loop. One day, Edea is told by a man that a sorceress would threaten the fabric of reality, and that she had to be stopped. He tells her that she and her husband need to create a place called the Garden, where its sole purpose would be to train students from youth to adulthood to defeat the sorceress. Edea recognizes the man as one of the children in her care, Squall, and she knew that it would come to pass, so she did exactly as she was instructed. Squall would eventually grow up and is specifically assigned the mission to destroy the sorceress. The length of the game plays out as we all know it, with Squall and the party's journey until the very end, and when reality starts becoming distorted during the pursuit of Ultimecia, the real sorceress threat, time compression sends Squall into the past by mistake, where he finds a younger Idea and he urges her to take precautions about the threat of the future, thus bringing us back to the beginning of the time loop, where everything is destined to happen again and again in different timelines. Selphie can one-shot Omega Weapon. This viewer pointed out a strategy against the Omega Weapon that we didn't cover in the first video. Selphie's ultimate attack, the End, is capable of one-shotting the Omega Weapon when used under the correct circumstances. The Great Hein. This topic was brought up by the user who seemed really hurt we didn't include it in the first video, so this one's for you, buddy. The Great Hein is a character mentioned in FF8. He is attributed with creating people and being the first sorceress, although oral tradition varying on whether he is divinity or a person. As a mark of respect, a sorceress can be referred to as Hein's descendant, the legend circulating about Hein starting the sorceress tradition and passing down their witch abilities. Throughout the game, there are 2 instances where we are told a story involving Hein. However, they are too long and detailed to be done justice in this video. Also, the story of Hein casting off his skin is most likely a reference to Hein from Final Fantasy III. Hein is a skeleton who also happens to be a magician. Hein and Hein are spelled the same in Japanese. Most people use this as evidence to connect both games to the same continuity. Squall is jealous of Cypher. This commenter brought to our attention that there is a scene where Squall and Rinoa are on board the Ragnarok, where Rinoa tried to dissuade a fit of assumed jealousy in Squall for her having dated Cypher in the past. When Squall did not catch on, Rinoa commented that Squall does not care about other people's histories. This was apparently cut from the final game, but only would have been shown if you had Rinoa in your party during the most recent fight with Cypher. Cypher would comment, "You're fighting me too. Just the other day as she would interrupt him, yelling for him to just shut up." The true strongest character. In the original video, many of you brought to our attention that we incorrectly made a segment saying that Rinoa had the most damage potential in the game. However, that turns out to be false, as it is actually Zell with the highest damage potential. With the right setup, his damage potential can take down the hardest boss with no problem. Phoenix summon odds can be manipulated. One user mentions a fun fact about the Phoenix summon and even shares a bit of a personal story surrounding the topic. They go on to claim that the chances for the Phoenix to show up in the battle is actually based on the amount of Phoenix feathers in your inventory. However, this actually is not true. The chance of the Phoenix spawning when all party members are knocked out is always locked in at 25.4%. Was this a playground rumor? Maybe a Mandela effect? Let us know down below. Cypher's second limit break. Several of you also commented how we neglected to mention Cypher's second limit break, Demon Slice. Demon Slice is only used when he is faced as a boss at Galbadia Garden. It inflicts non-elemental physical damage to one target, and incidentally, Cypher likes to target Squall the most often with this attack. It is also a level 10 Gunbreaker skill in Final Fantasy XIV. Adele's creepy messages. This user brings up a chilling fact about the antagonist Adele. They only speak a total of 3 lines throughout the game, but when Squall and the party visit the TV Timber Station, there's a big screen that most of us have passed numerous times. However, on closer inspection, you can see that it's actually repeating a few key sentences, such as, "I will never let you forget about me," "I am alive here," and "bring me back there." This is a phenomenal attention to detail, as, canonically, most technology in the world is rendered useless after Laguna and his crew send Adele to orbit the moon. showing that Adele is still actively trying to seek his revenge in the present while we deal with him in the Laguna flashbacks, and is a great way to add to the immersion. The Demo Artifact. In the original PS1 demo of FF8, you begin just before the first mission with Zell and Cypher as normal. You are given a brief rundown of the story thus far, reading, "The Dalit Dukedom, at war with the Galbadia army, have requested Garden to dispatch Seed, the world-renowned special team Seed from Garden. The high-speed vessels in which they ride are about to land in Dalit Dukedom." It then plays the epic cinematic that would go on to entrance a generation, with several minor differences from the full game. However, when the vessel crashes into the land, it's revealed your third party member is Renoa and not Selphie. Quistis is also not present. Obviously, this changed in the full game, but the game proceeds forward with mostly small tweaks, with differences in situations and dialogue to reflect the new characters, and allow for players to get acclimated to the game quickly. And Renoa doesn't seem to have any dialogue, so it appears that this most likely was a simple replacement for demo purposes instead of a larger change. The cinematics and dialogue from the full game were changed to adjust Quistis and Selphie's appearances instead of Renoa. And near the end of the Incredible Escape cinematic, there's a soldier that takes Quistis' normal place as the gunner that protects Squall. Also, there was one minor mistake in the final game's cinematic. You can see just a few frames of Renoa despite not being present in the game at this point. Though this was most likely a simple mistake, it's still interesting to see an artifact of old make its way into the modern game. And that's all we have for the deep dive of FF8, my personal favorite Final Fantasy. Let us know in the comments what you thought and if we missed it.
Interesting.
This video is sponsored by Sakurako and Tokyo Treat. Known for its highly engaging gameplay and perfectly crafted music, this series has been a staple in every gaming generation ever since its original release in 1995. It has been ported numerous times due to the demand and overall success of the series, to the point where it's customary to ask if any system can run it, even a calculator. This is the Doom Iceberg. Doom Guy's real name. Despite always going by the nickname Doom Guy, or simply The Marine, because he was never given the name in the games, the protagonist was given the name Flynn Fly Taggart in the novelization of the series. His story diverged from the game's storylines in the end. By the end of the series, there are two Flynn Taggarts, the original and the replica of his consciousness trapped in a simulator, forced to relive the events of Doom 1 and 2. Although he occasionally removes his helmet, Flynn's appearance in the Doom novels is identical to that of the original Doom games. Original Doom was a tie-in to Alien. The game was originally intended to be a tie-in to the Alien franchise. Negotiations with 20th Century Fox didn't work out, since id Software demanded complete creative control. Instead, they drew inspiration from the film and the Evil Dead franchise for the chainsaw and shotgun weapons, and abandoned the Alien theme in favor of a Demons from Hell on Mars theme. Doom name origin. The term Doom comes from the passage in the movie The Color of Money, according to John Carmack. Vincent Loria, played by Tom Cruise, shows up at a pool hall with a custom pool cue in the film. Someone inquires, "What do you have in here?" With a confident grin, Vincent responds, "Doom." Mystery of the song. The song Breath of Horror, which plays during Map 09, Deimos Anomaly in the PlayStation edition of the original Doom, has many slowed down voices muttering something nonsensical. When you speed up the song, you'll notice it's actually multiple slightly altered copies of the same sound clip of a few individuals singing what sounds like Danny won, hey, and noises in the background that fans have speculated sounded like a ping pong match. In a 2010 Game Scares interview with the PlayStation version's composer, Aubrey Hodges, he was queried about the clip's origin and said, "I did borrow a spoken sentence from a prior game in that piece, but I cannot confirm or deny its specific content." John Romero Jab. The boss in Doom 2's last level, Icon of Sin, is supposed to resemble a huge demon head missing a piece in its forehead. "You must murder me, John Romero, to win the game," it says, warped and reversed to seem like a demonic chant.
"Win the game, you must kill me, John."
The no-clip trick can be used to enter the boss and see Romero's decapitated head skewered on a post. The Doom series was created by John Romero. Romero was disliked by the staff because of his pompous demeanor. They decided to make him the ultimate boss in order to reclaim him. 3DO complications. Because of the limits of the hardware and misinformation from the publisher, the 3DO adaptation of the game was largely regarded as one of the worst. The game's publisher, Art Data Interactive, told Rebeca Heineman, who worked on the conversion, that the version already had additional stages, weaponry, and features, and simply needed to be finished before she agreed to work on it. This was because they believed that porting the game from one platform to another and compiling the code would be straightforward enough, while adding weaponry would be as simple as inserting artwork. Heineman had to start over from the beginning in August 1995 with a deadline of October. She couldn't port the original music because she did not have enough time, so she had to record new tracks with the band hired by the publisher. Because the system could not handle logos, Heineman had to develop specific programs for the 3DO and Logicware in-game logos, and then wipe them from memory. Due to the platform's 3D restrictions, the game's floors and ceilings were created via software rendering. Heineman released the source code for the port in 2014 on GitHub. Markiplier Easter Egg. A book named How to Comb Your Mustache by Clifton M. Fishbach, the father of YouTuber Markiplier who died of lung cancer, may be found on the bookshelf in the Fortress of Doom.
I haven't gotten any at all. Hey, bud. Oof, punch. Oh, wait, is it here? Guys, I have something to tell you. The developers of this game, they gave me a little bit of a surprise.
Because Mark Fishbach mentioned that his father got him into the first game in the series, the creators placed his name as an Easter egg in the game. Thumbs up. In Doom 2016, the Slayer gives a thumbs up before fully sinking in the lava death animation. This is a reference to the Terminator 2 Judgment Day conclusion from 1991. Doom Eternal features the animation as well. Doom Guy in Smash, kinda. For years, Doom Guy had been one of the most requested characters for the Smash Bros. Franchise. For the longest time, it seemed like Nintendo wasn't going to budge on the matter. However, on October 5th, 2021, to the dismay of the community, a Me Gunner DLC outfit based on the Doom Slayer was released, and it became available for purchase on October 18th, 2012 as part of round number 11. The Me costume is inspired by the Slayer's most recent appearance in Doom Eternal and includes the Doom pistol. On Port Town Arrow Dive, the Slayer walks up to a red Bowser and shoots him with a charge blast in the first scene of his reveal video. The charge blast is a stand-in for the BFG 9000, a big and powerful plasma-based weapon from the Doom franchise. And the red Bowser depicts a Baron of Hell. The first-person perspective of this scene references how the franchise codified the first-person genre. Doom press release differences. The BFG 9000 had a significantly different firing sprite and movement in the Doom press release beta, which was released in October 1993. Multiple red and green plasma spheres erupted in the animation.
Hey, what's up?
This was
How's it
later
going?
altered to relieve computer strain at the time. I'm
just
pleased
working
to
on some
announce the
stuff here.
continuation of our sponsorship from Sakurako, the authentic Japanese snack subscription service. I've partnered with them in the past, and I was so impressed with their products and service that I was happy to continue working with them. Once a month, they send you a box of 20 different teas, sweets, and snacks that are authentic to and originate directly from Japan. Sakurako works hand in hand with many Japanese family-owned businesses who have dedicated their lives to the art of snack making. But beyond the amazing treats, teas, and snacks that are provided, it's the overall experience that I value. In this fast-paced, busy world that we all live in, it's nice to have a moment where we can get together with our friends and family to share an experience that is unobtainable otherwise. Many of us would love to travel to Japan to experience their culture, but it's not realistic for me to travel in this day and age.
Oh,
so the next best thing is to bring
advertisement there. All right.
the
I guess we'll
experience
let it run,
directly
whatever.
to you, right to your door. And maybe like me, you struggle to get your friends and family out of their own busy routines, but every time I mention these amazing snack boxes, they are happy to come over and share the experience with me. This is my 4th month of subscription to this service, and I cannot recommend them enough. Not only are the products unique and delicious, they also intimately describe each of them, their importance to Japanese culture, and many of the customs and traditions that are completely unique to Japan, foreign to an American like myself. Getting to learn and experience these things firsthand is always a highlight of my month. Each box has its own theme, oftentimes highlighting a seasonal event that is celebrated within Japan. So while you may be unable to celebrate them in Japan, you can have your own authentic Japanese tea party right in your own home.
Yay!
But perhaps you have more of a sweet tooth like me, in which case I'd recommend their sister subscription service, Tokyo Treat. Like Sakurako, they offer a monthly delivered snack box, but instead they focus on sweets and candy. And not only that, but they curate some of the rarest and most unique products that are Japan exclusive, seasonal, and only offered for a limited time, most of which you may have never even thought of. For instance, this month we received cookies and cream Kit Kats, salty vanilla Pocky pretzel sticks, and premium lemon Fanta soda. This month's Tokyo Treat theme is Summer Matsuri, and it's arguably my favorite yet. Sakurako and Tokyo Treat have been an absolute gift to me in my life. They've granted me opportunities to bring together those that mean the most to me and share an experience and enjoy products that are simply unlike anything we've ever had before. Even if we weren't sponsored, I'd still strongly recommend these subscription boxes. If you'd like to have your own authentic Japanese experiences, you can use the links below and use the code
There are
provided
no
to
links
get
below.
$5 off your first box. Once again, a gigantic shout out to Sakurako and Tokyo Treat. You've been wonderful. And now, back to the video. Doom 2005 movie. There was a science fiction horror film released in 2005 that was based on the video game Doom 3. It was released in North America on October 21st, 2005, and in the UK on December 2nd, 2005.
And it was
the movie
a
is
horrible
more
film.
akin to the horror game Doom 3 than the original action games Doom and Doom 2 in terms of style. Second movie. Universal Pictures Home Entertainment's Doom Annihilation is a 2019 science fiction horror film. It is a reboot and has nothing to do with the original film. Due to the production crew's choice to spend additional time working on the CGI effects for the hell environment, the film was originally scheduled to be released in May of 2019, but it fell back to fall of 2019. Cacodemon Origins. Cacodemon's original appearance is comparable to that of Beholder, a famous Dungeons & Dragons monster with a similar one-eyed appearance, with eye stalks instead of horns. Furthermore, the Cacodemon was formed from a cropping of a creature that appears on the cover of the D&D supplemental book Manual of the Planes. An astral dreadnought is the name of the creature, which was invented by Jeff Easley specifically for that book. Bill Gates almost bought Doom. Doom was claimed to have been installed on more computers than Microsoft's own Windows 5 in 1995. This prompted Bill Gates to contemplate purchasing id Software in order to secure the Doom trademark. This prompted the creation of a Windows 95 port of the game in order to showcase Windows 95 as a gaming platform. Bill Gates even made a special presentation where he put himself inside of Doom and announced that not only would the game come to Windows 95, but by the end of the year, 75 other games would also be available. Commander Keen. In Doom 2016, in a cave where you receive the chain gun in level 6, there will be a skeleton head on a spike wearing a football helmet. The football helmet itself resembles the one worn by Commander Keen. id Software created both Doom and Commander Keen. Get Good. Shoot It Until It Dies is one of the game's trophies/achievements, which you earn after slaying the Cyber Demon at the end of the Lazarus Labs chapter. This award is a nod to Andrew Linguica Stein, co-founder of Doom World, and is an old April Fool's hoax. This prank has been misinterpreted as a genuine event, with some believing it originated in an issue of GamePro magazine. Classic Doom reference in Doom 3. In the third game, there are arcade cabinets scattered around the game that the player can interact with. Super Turbo Turkey Puncher 3 is the name of the game. Players must pound a turkey until it is gibbed. The game's aesthetics are based on the first two Doom games, with the fist sprites and the background being a door from E4M9, Fear, Doom's fourth secret level. The game's title graphic is a spoof of Street Fighter Alpha 3, and the business behind it is called Nabcon, which is a play on Capcom. When a player achieves a high score in the game, they receive a celebratory email, which also informs the protagonist that his vacation had been cut short by 2 days due to time wasting. Developer's message. Turning left near the end of Doom 3 before facing the Cyber Demon will lead to a brick with the id Software logo printed on it. When you interact with the brick, you'll be sent to a secret area where you'll find a PDA from id Software. The PDA contains messages from id Software staff members praising the user for finishing the game. Secret levels. Doom 2 contains 2 levels that pay homage to prior id games. The first secret level, dubbed Wolfenstein, is modeled on Wolfenstein 3D's initial map. The second secret map, titled Gross, is a reference to Hans Gross, the first boss in Wolfenstein 3D. It's accessible by a secret exit in the level. The player must shoot 4 dangling Commander Keens and flick a switch to defeat Gross. Commander Keen is the protagonist of several id Software platformer games. The meaning behind Eternal's name. Hugo Martin, the game's creative director, interpreted the word eternal as an eternal war for good and evil. When asked what it signified in this game, it's designed to represent the fact that demons will always exist and that a slayer will always exist as well. God mode doesn't make you invincible. The IDDQD God mode code in the classic Doom games, Ultimate, 2, and Final, does not actually make the player immune against everything. It only protects the player from strikes that do less than 1,000 points of damage. As a result, a telefrag that deals 10,000 points of damage, as well as attacks in modified levels that deal that much damage, will still kill the player in God mode. Fallout Nod. If you go into the room with the guitars hanging on the wall in the Doom ship, you'll find several books on the shelf. One of them is named Vault Dwellers Survival Guide, a clear reference to Bethesda's Vault Dwellers from the Fallout gaming series. Skyrim Nod. A tiny cave becomes accessible after the first confrontation with the Baron of Hell. A corpse with a horned helmet, as well as an arrow in its right knee, is leaning on a pillar within. A clear homage to Skyrim and the infamous NPC remark about taking an arrow to the knee. Hidden Propaganda. E1M4 command control had a swastika design on the floor of one area in earlier versions of Doom before V14. It was placed there as a tribute to Wolfenstein 3D, according to John Romero. The same chamber was included in the alpha versions of this level, dated April 2 and May 22, 1993, but without the swastika design. In Doom version 1.4, the swastika was removed. Due to the game's extreme brutality, the presence of a swastika would have resulted in Doom being outlawed in Germany, not merely restricted to adults. No rest for the living. A hidden message is scrawled on the walls and ceiling of a room in the first level of the Doom 2 expansion, No Rest for the Living, which must be reached within 30 seconds after starting the game. The message reads, "The castle was here," with the term castle being a reference to Russell the Castle Meekum, one of Nerve Software's game designers. Super NES Hidden Message. A message saying Randy Lyndon Jody Harvey appears at the bottom of the knee deep in the dead sky texture in the Super NES port of the game. This can only be viewed if the player searches inside the ROM's graphics resources or if they use a Pro Action Replay code that allows them to walk through walls and regions with a view of the sky. A hidden note can be located within the ROM itself, which states, "Randy Lyndon created the Rage/Reality engine. Jody Harvey, my wonderful wife, deserves special recognition." However, it's only found if you open the ROM file in a hex editor. Microsoft Excel 95 Easter egg. The Hall of Tortured Souls, a three-dimensional ray casting gaming engine designed as a homage to Doom, is an Easter egg in Microsoft Excel 95 spreadsheet tool. This Easter egg is one of the byproducts of the quote-unquote religion that allegedly arose on the Microsoft campus in the aftermath of Doom's release. A wall separates part of the hall, which may be opened by typing XLKFA, a reference to the IDKFA cheat code. It includes the Microsoft development team's names and photos. Rage Easter egg. The final area of the Hell Outpost level, shortly before the boss arena in Doom 3 BFG Edition's DLC, The Lost Mission, features an Easter egg that relates to id Software's previously released title, Rage. It consists of a button bearing the game's logo, which can be clicked to reveal a hidden store of weapons, health, and armor. Revenant with a trumpet. A revenant carrying a trumpet appears, flying upwards and then disappears while spinning at 1 hour, 6 minutes, and 6 seconds at the end of the Transistor Fist track in the official trailer of the Doom original soundtrack. It's a reference to a Revenant meme that was photoshopped with a trumpet, as shown in the video as an example, and eventually became a recurring gag for Bethesda's software known as Doot. The length of time is also an allusion to the beast's number 666. Doom on a calculator. In Doom is a source port for the TI-inspired graphing calculators. Because it is a straight port of the original Doom engine, it supports all IWADs and PWADs created for the original executable. The batteries will last about a minute and a half before running dry. Despite its release almost 25 years ago, Doom is still insanely popular in today's gaming world. With Doom Eternal receiving critical acclaim and praise, there is absolutely no doubt that the Doom franchise will continue. Like and subscribe to see more videos like this, and let us know what topics we should cover next. And last but not least, a huge shout out and
Yeah, I'm just putting on things just to keep my brain company. Hopefully you guys are enjoying what I'm doing so far. Let's just fill in this character. Alrighty, folks, that is it for this episode of Throwdown Draws. Lucy's all inked up, and so is Rebecca. Tune in next time for some color. Make sure to like and subscribe if you liked our content. Also, don't forget to listen to Throwdown and throw down your questions. Hope to see you next time.
You